Okay, it is time to get going. We have just arrived in Great Britain and told them about Kazuma's death. And that means we need a test in order to prove ourselves to be a proper lawyer, which means for some reason we're being thrown into a court trial right away. You know, just Ace Attorney things. I believe we had just finished talking to him? Yes. I might as well do this. Mr. Sato, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position, I can perform a Sato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, you'd better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, now we move. The Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. The 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time! There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. And the oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Oh geez, oh geez. Accents. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Oh, I forgot this is you. I need to make you a little bit more, swindly. What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Japan, is it right to say no more? So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella, I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. Trial that's about to begin, you see, is from me good self here. I'll be in the dark. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's gonna start without we having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see, I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park in central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
Ah, but now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Ha! Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft digit? I'll give you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really often just stand up there next to you. I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. There's a chance if a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barack von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor.
The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
When Von Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fellow at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness, Lord Barack von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial's about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
I like how with his top hat they specifically made it look like it's got like the facets of a gem in it. It's very nice. Very good touch.
I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Mr. Naruhodo, the man
has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself.
Sui. Hi, Sui. Nice to see you. The hat looks kind of heavy. It does look heavy, but I feel like with the lines there, maybe there's some extra support, like some structure to it to make sure it stays up. Because if it was just fabric, that thing would be collapsing on itself. Yes, that's something that Cosmo never would have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there.
Right into the thick of it.
It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosima. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this.
It's fine. You know, Phoenix Wright is known for his bluffing. That's just what we gotta do. 18th of February, 10 a.m. on the dot. The Old Bailey courtroom.
So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan.
It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what?
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it.
Oh, look at you. You're like a gentle old man.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh god. You're holding your cape like a vampire. But I don't know if I can do a vampire thing without slipping back into the Russian accents from the previous case. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this, foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ah, any criminals you'll soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
Are you allowed to do that? That's a fucking flask. Hello?
I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passed a sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yeah. Prosecutor Van Zieks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
Ooh, very dramatic. A little flourish.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as a thrice-fired mason. Sorry, thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report has been entered in the court record. Report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. And the crime scene photograph. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are? Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves have blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. Defendant's leather gloves. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident, there is a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. You claim to have been asleep. 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Wilton, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There are multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and they are witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Oh. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
Oh, you're so cold.
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I am make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Getting right into it. Very nice. Okay. What the witnesses saw.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen in the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I had read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own, but you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled? Have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean, the actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
There it is! Baker Street, Old Street, City of... West... I can't read what that's supposed to be for that That's west and then... But... Bastard? No, that doesn't sound right.
So that's an omnibus, the omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus.
London Fifth Avenue, Job Masters, London Head Office, Strand Street, Old Street, and City of West... Yeah, West... Westbaster? I don't know.
I can't read it. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident, through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Oh, he's a little wig. He's got a little powdered wig.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Omnibus, the 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There are passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night.
It's very colorful. I like it.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence.
Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here.
Give me court record.
An armband I inherited from Cosima. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they?
Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind.
But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think.
Very impartial, I'm sure. Aww. Oh, his little name is stitched in there.
The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside. Here, look. Kazuma Asugi. This was his band, of course.
He had his heart set on the study tour from Great Britain.
I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place.
I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at his armband, though.
That's sweet.
Okay, next thing.
Autopsy report. Victim, thrice fired mason, male. Age 54, he was a brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 15th February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay.
Crime scene photograph.
Yep. That's a fucking dead man, alright.
His hat is so ugly. Who made that?
Woo, sorry about that. How'd he on?
Okay, let's see. The leather gloves. Oh, first things first with the obvious.
This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London.
Well, nothing will come of grumbling now.
No, by the way, is Mr. McGilder right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was swimming with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Ah, pity, if only he'd been left-handed.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Let's see. Anything else of interest? Nothing in the gloves, I guess. So I think it's just the blood. And then, hello, Mr. Omnibus. I can take a look up here. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so?
I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you paid to stay out late. Not the driver's seat or the sign, but we do have the skylight.
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
Anything behind the seats? Oh, yeah. It's the second row of seats, okay. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view on the street. Oh, no, it's the same thing. Okay, that's why. A Phoenix Wright omnibus. Aw, that's cute. Let's see. Nothing out here, it looks like. Because that's just the sky roof. Okay, yep. Oh, and this opens it. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder. It's horrible.
Ooh, nice noise. London Something Center?
That's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Oh yeah, Crystal Tower. That's what it says after that. Having played Final Fantasy XIV, the only thing I can think of when I hear Crystal Tower is, of course, the one from Final Fantasy XIV, where it's a whole tower actually made of crystal. Oh, is it the same thing? Yep, it is. Okay.
This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really.
Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here.
A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they?
There's a little case here.
I see it has a handle, it seems.
Just extra stuff.
This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it'd be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Yeah, because you'd be sitting on it.
You can go ahead and close that. And then, yep, the blood.
That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack.
And I think that's everything we can get from in here. Oh, I guess if we look up, yeah, you can see the skylight from down here.
It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. Suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin at least.
Okay. Right, that should be everything. Anything else? Nope. Alright. Now to the cross-examination.
Let us continue with proceedings then, your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this newbie stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court.
You wave a little cheek smack.
Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus!
Ooh, I like the stained glass windows. That's very nice. I like that.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I have a few customers. I remember it well.
Let's just press everything.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. You had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. Nope, none. So nobody fled the scene of crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running. It does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Now, the blue the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. I forgot to press the previous statement. Go back.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of, rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here.
Oh, I really wish there was. Knife in the guts. Press.
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that?
Are you going to hit me with that cane?
Or a fair dinkum hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... okay, sure. My lord! Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here?
Imagine creating a whole judicial system where the way that your jury casts their vote is by sending a bit of flame flying through the air in a courtroom with wooden desks and stairs and all of that, and just hoping that it lands in the right thing. Like, it's always gonna work in the actual game, but like, just if you think about it for half a second, it's so dangerous. Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw moments ago.
So if those normal scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean?
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, no, I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. The counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed at it, couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were still sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. Remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed? I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Miss McGill is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First? Yes, sir? Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Oh, please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Murder weapon has been entered into court record. A large-ish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2, go on.
Miss McGill is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish!
No.
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Oh boy, that's 4 out of 6.
Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose just have to keep pressing the witnesses, and knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
And this was the final one here. Let me just go to the record. Largest knife. Oh yeah, there it is.
An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah,
What is it?
look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
A W?
Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M.
Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed.
Anything else? That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades.
Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade. That's Cosmo's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like.
Yep, there is the blood. This really is a nice knife. I wouldn't mind a knife like this.
Oh, that looks like a lot of blood. It looks a lot like blood, sorry.
It truly is blood. The victims.
An Englishman's blood looks like a Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand. Okay, yep. Middle initial M, not middle initial, initial M, and then the blood. Yep, pretty hefty.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
But blades are sick. Healbot, I agree. I think knives are pretty cool.
It takes like all of my urge when I make a tabletop character not to just be like,
What if they're good at knives? What if they can do like the knife tricks where you spin it around in their hand? What if they like are really nice but they're secretly deadly? Like it's so hard not to fall into that trap every time.
whew, just yawned.
Why am I always so tired in the middle of the day, even though I sleep?
I mean, I think I got 8 hours. It was like 10 when I got up today.
Yeah, it was 8 hours.
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yeah, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. And by other passenger, obviously referring to the accused, Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the passenger at the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Gee up now, Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight.
Is that the name of his horse? Silver Blaze. That's a cute horse name.
Beppo's a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Oh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
A little flourish again. Nice animation.
Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear, what can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. A gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? A little orphan child. Except not an orphan, but like that's the tone of voice I always imagine when I hear mother.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds, do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is.
Ooh. What is that, like a harpsichord or something? Excellent.
What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
What? Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious.
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
If I might add something briefly.
Mrs. Soto?
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Miss McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Wait, when the fuck did you get a bottle of wine? Wait, is that his own vintage? That's like a Grim Reaper on the bottle. That's two sides. Does he just have his own wine brand? Did he cash in on his fame as a prosecutor and retire off of his wine brand sales? I guess with the way he's dressed, he's probably already some sort of nobleman, so maybe he just had the money to not be in the court. But, like, that is almost certainly his own brand of wine. What the fuck? Sorry. I'm still thrown by noticing the detail in the bottle.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice.
Oh no, he was known for this. Okay. Woof. How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What's a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Debtor's ledger. A catalogue of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest included the victim who owed 20 guineas. Woof! God, that's a lot of money.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Let's see. Space. Open.
This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps? Actually, I wonder...
I'm sure you will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Is there anything on the back? Nope, just the plain book. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay? Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying this very moment.
Yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, their payment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Among the defendants as the debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan imminently. Anything else? Like if I check over on the right page, is it other dialogue? Nope, it's the same. Can I like turn the page? It doesn't really look like it now. Okay. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Well, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Ooh, that was dramatic. That was it, the last juror's decision.
According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Oh, the final verdict. It's over then.
Oh. There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense. What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination from which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Huh?
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Mrs. Sato? The so-called summation examination?
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese.
All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try it in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert our right! The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. And this is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
All right then, the summation examination, a defense procedure no practicing lawyers attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilden, guilty of this most serious crime.
I think this is a very fun thing to add to courtroom proceedings. I do hope if somehow going forward they manage to make another Ace Attorney game, because like it's been years since we had Spirit of Justice, but like somehow going forward if they make another new one, I really hope this gets to make a comeback of like the jury and pitting them against each other. I think it's very fun.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He's like the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggars believe.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Huh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh, dear, I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right.
There you go.
I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord.
There we are! We even have Kazuma's sword! I like how the witnesses are in the background too. The defense's rebuttal. No one else inside the carriage at the time. Okay, yeah. Trust the driver. He's had an excellent memory it seems. 4 passenger fares totaling 20 pence. I don't think I have to press on you. I can just hit these here.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silverblaze's main and name, I haven't the first idea of what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, fair and convenient, single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, ma'am, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication...
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. The trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, eh?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side on the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo!
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. I forget, do we have to flip everyone, or do we have to just do half?
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one thing, is only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So they pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Change my leading to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Has to have been him, no one else. Strike the chap next to him just like this. I should be able to just pit him and her. Yeah, because they're talking about 2 different types of stabbing from the coachman's testimony.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Dear me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradict even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never... They're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle!
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious and sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? And to be this dark jinx? Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Sherlock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. This young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Sherlock stabbed him again. This old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, huh? Are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you!
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you!
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? No, because I believe the court record said there is a single stab. Yes. Not court record, the autopsy report. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. He says it's out of the question. Show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won!
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If that chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Von Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
I wonder how many glasses of wine he can drink in a single trial. Because he had one earlier. Oh, never mind. He's not drinking this one.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zieks. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored the deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. He is decaped. Bring forth witnesses once more.
He looks like exactly the same with or without the cape, honestly.
He's drunk, I bet. No, he's only had one glass. I doubt he's... there's no way he could be drunk off of one glass when he's that tall. And, like, he's obviously well built as well. Surely a grown man with a figure like that would be able to handle a single glass of wine and not get drunk. Honestly, considering it seems to be his own brand of alcohol, like his own vintage, I wouldn't be surprised if he could have several glasses without getting drunk. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we had just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
Here, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you'll be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. I won't smash a glass of wine if I'm not drunk. I mean, yeah, but I think he's doing it to be intimidating. Like his whole Reaper of the Bailey thing. He's got to keep up the charade. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You'll explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings.
But I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear.
Well, I for one thought I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGillis stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, yeah, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself!
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild fares 4 pence across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You've been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace, and your selfish action that brought dishonor upon the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, that is 20 pence. I've done arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I'm not gonna stop playing until the trial's done. Not actually, it's up until stream time, but you know. I only carried 4 patches that night, I swear, but I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence.
I don't think there's any issue with this statement. I'll press it anyway, just for the flavor.
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. Flat fare, 5 pence across the board! It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the ferry, did, and then I saw the blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass, and that's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Tell you, I saw McGillis stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. So you saw defendant Mr. McGilded stabbing the victim Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there's only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant as holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over to get in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? You. How do I do the thing? Pursue?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Cleverly? Ideally, it's just no chance, and then he has to explain himself? Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping! I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know, and I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I'd ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Well, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Press.
I think this is where we push the gloves, I think. Blood-soaked? Ahem, well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record.
Okay, yep, it's the gloves time. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before.
Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information.
Yes, you're so right.
I need to pay careful attention to here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses.
Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
Alright, now back to the end.
There we go. Now we present gloves.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Ugh. But, no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then!
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection.
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? What? I'm a city baker, for pity's sake. Why? My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society. Don't prevaricate. He's claimed to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
I have evidence.
My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. But by Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
I don't need to press space, I need to press R for present.
Take that.
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ugh. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilda were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilda's hands, both of them. And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir?
Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yeah, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
Alright, what do you guys have to say now? What witnesses really saw?
It's blood on both hands of the assailant. Sincerely, distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, therefore, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
The discrepancies keep adding up.
Well, lo and behold, in truth, the fact not one of you has witnessed the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony's about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seats, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. The cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
Alright. What do I press on here? Both hands of the assailant, sincerely distinct to remember that. I mean, I might as well ask.
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. They're the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salience point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But, for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save ourselves some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Huh. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Oh, jeez. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilda's gloves had any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilda sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark-colored gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Miss McGilda's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir, very sorry. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you're driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see, it was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was very frozen solid, sorry to say, sir.
You poor man.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Oh! He's so cold, the poor thing. Oh, I do feel bad for him, even though he's a liar. Anyway, the fact remains there couldn't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yeah, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, if it's a public bus service, for pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play. Yeah, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off, so I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
Isn't one of the seats technically covered? If there was somebody across, they wouldn't have been able to see it.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding the omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the closed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You'll identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Yeah, if you're sitting here, you're looking down here, so that means it's here.
Take that!
Both rows of the seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see...
Oh, hello, Lamp! Thank you for joining us. How's your day been?
The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ugh.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, Consul. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I love this prosecutor. Baron Van Zieks is very fun. Honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have no idea. Oh, I have literally no idea.
But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on.
This isn't just a case of going on, Mrs. Soto. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. So I think that's his second glass that he's actually drinking. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Male Stronghearts! The Lord Chief Justice. I think out of the people listed, it has to be Thrice Fired Mason. We're saying that they were sitting across from each other, not next to each other, and that there was a third person in there, and they were sitting next to Mr. Magnus. I think that's what we're going for here. I don't remember how you're supposed to come to this conclusion when you're playing this for the first time through. I only remember this because I did play through this case before when I tried it with my family. But I don't remember how I got to this conclusion. It might have just been like process of elimination, like the only other person who could be in there.
Take that!
Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatsoever called logic you used to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not, because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Okay, hang on then. Maybe you could have just said that that's not right.
Did I? What am I supposed to do here? Defend Mr. McGilded, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of this crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilded, the true culprit. That's right, exactly what I've been saying. Oh, of course, the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit. So that means, oh, Magnus himself couldn't have been observed. Okay. It does seem as though we've been all making a false assumption.
The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. McGilded at all, meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Okay, I had it a little swapped. The fence is still to name the passenger and another seat. Boo 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 boo. Come on. It is Magnus.
Take that!
There we go. Okay. We're back on track. That was my mistake there. I had the who was supposed to be sitting where swapped around. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
I do like... Nope, never mind. He threw that glass of wine away, too. Yeah. So he's only had one to drink. But he's thrown two.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Seeks! People talk of those tiny island nations of the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What's inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we've yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order? Order! What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yeah, that's right. Both gentlemen most certainly had it. How did you tend to notice such things, sir? And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen spot, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Did you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Miss McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin in the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Miss McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order? There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Miss McGilded to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGild is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Miss McGild to testify or not?
Demand his testimony.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Miss McGilden has to say.
Get the men out here, I say! It would be utterly logical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. I love the vibe of the juror who brought a knife to court. Yeah. I don't know if you saw it earlier. He was licking the knife when talking about how if a liar showed up in his store, he would shave all the hairs off his head. He was licking the knife. Not just like, hoo-hoo, let me play with the knife. Licking it. This man is a little crazy. Just a little bit. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Aw, shit, discourse of the day. Is this Twitter? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters on which court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Oh, begad, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true! Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You? What? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, sir, I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! There's been a fire, but it's not a good fire. Someone's trying to get away after them. It's no use. I can't see anything through all the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Miss Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
To be continued.
I think we're at the halfway point. It's going pretty quickly. Yes, we will save.
Down here. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. Ooh, it's been like 3 hours actually since that trial started. The Old Bailey defended antechamber.
What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened.
Mrs. Sato,
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be? The other passenger that Miss McGill was just talking about.
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. What's become of Miss McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Huh? Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange. Counsel for defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato.
Yes.
'18th of February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. There she is. She's so cute.
Little baby. I want to pat her head.
There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court went on in the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you've established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier? It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Oh, your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which introduced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Miss McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Miss McGilded, give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me, and then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no, I have no idea where to start. Let's see, the young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat and the omnibus and probably nodded off. We might as well press everything. Let's just do it. That's the old ace attorney tried and true method. When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You're the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, that's how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then Begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. Oops, I forgot to hit press. Go back. And there we go.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well, now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. Oh, you didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up I sat him up on the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that's a little hard to believe. Ara? What? Hang on, you're not some Japanese big titty One-san. Why are you saying Ara? Okay. Okay, sure. Ara, Lord Fancy's. Now why would that be? You wake up to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you're just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intent to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yeah, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I tried to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up, it came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? When I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember?
Yes, of course. The whole bus was admitted as evidence.
This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
That's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You said this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. Huh. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McKildred. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. Well, let's take a look at that omnibus now. I don't think anything has changed about up here, but we can double check. Roof deck, yep, it's bitter cold. Skylight. Inside the carriage, yep. So let's just go back over here. Inside, indeed. Hi there, Bloodstain. See, has a handle. And oh, look, it's empty. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Alright, and the blood stain. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Von Zieks made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Anything special for up here now? It's quite a large skylight. Yep. Nope, it's the same. Okay, so I think everything else is the same. Let's check the posters. No. Get me back in there. I mean, the posters definitely aren't relevant, but I just wanted to be sure. Yep. Okay, it's the same for the posters too. So I think those were the only things that have changed. Now we can head out. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Lestrade? I'm gonna go with Lestrade. My lord. She's a chancer. Earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people their purses. What's commonly called pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief. Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Whoa! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. A sturdy little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Ah! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is his fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this wasn't a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink the best. Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again! So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question.
She's a little lass. I love her. She's so cute. I want her to grow up healthy and strong.
'Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah, just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to.
What the girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell you, I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and then scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. And he did help me get away, mind. And Regina talks always rated dialogue in a British accent. I have no fucking clue what they're aiming for. Like, there's the what in there, so I assume it is something British, but like, there's not enough of the words written differently. Like, I can't tell exactly what they want. Oh, I just discovered Gina with an Irish accent. Is that what it is? Is that what I'm doing? Irish? I'm just trying to guess based on how they're writing things. They don't really commit when they write people with accents. Like, they'll get some words different, like when they've got McGilda with he's doing like the nuttin', that sort of thing. But I don't know what the fuck hers is. I fail to understand why I fail to understand why you let the street urchin go, Miss McGilden. Ah, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for.
Oh, thank you, Sui. I appreciate the support. And thank you, Lamp. I could never tell what accent she had. I don't know what it's supposed to be either.
This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume? Oh, yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lads were stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Innocent! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection.
Leggy! And there's another glass of wine. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Are those riding boots? I think they must be. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with in order to corroborate Mr. Gilded's story. Someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, Manipulate's friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine details with any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Well, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You can tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus?
It wasn't empty. We're telling the truth, baby.
I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. What, are you sure, counsel? What a bewist! What are you saying now, you deaf dog? I thought you were on my side here. I don't think he shattered it. I think he must have drank that one because now the glass is gone. So is that two? Two of them he's had while in the middle of a courtroom session? He's probably nowhere close to drunk. Actually, it's been 3 hours since the first one. He's almost certainly had the first bit of wine out of his system by now. So it's only one that's actually going to be affecting him. He's barely even tipsy, I bet. Your task is to defend this man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting.
'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. Ah, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think, perhaps, it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken?
Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying!
Just out of curiosity, you get to pick one of these ice cream flavors, but you lose the other two forever: vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip.
I already know the answer to this question because I am going to be playing in the Splatoon Splatfest for when we get the options of the ice creams. At least I'm pretty sure it's not this weekend. I hope it's not this weekend. If it is this weekend, I'm missing out on it because I need to prep for my tabletop session after this. I would choose mint choco. Vanilla is good, but I'm not like a huge fan of just plain vanilla. And strawberry is okay. I think it's at its best when there's actual strawberry pieces in it instead of like random freeze-dried bullshit. But it's so rare to find a strawberry that actually does that, especially like readily available in a supermarket. If you're going to a proper ice cream place, then of course they're going to have a decent strawberry, but like for regular casual consumption, it's really hard to get a decent strawberry. And vanilla, it's not plain because I do like the flavor of vanilla, but it's just not what I prefer. ideally, I'd have some ridiculous chocolate thing with chocolate chips and maybe some cookie dough and stuff added into it. Like, I'm just that much of a chocoholic. So, mint chocolate is my preference because I do quite enjoy the flavor of mint, and it does have chocolate bits in it, and the mint and chocolate always go well together. It's one of my favorite types of, like, truffles, if that's available too. So, mint chocolate, easily. To me, it's not that big of a loss to lose vanilla and strawberry. And that is the team I'm going to be picking in the Splatoon Splatfest. Fight me. It should have been chocolate on there. I know they just had a whole chocolate Splatfest, but really, it should have been vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Neapolitan. But alright. Tangent aside. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. Alright, I'm then convinced to join Mint Choco. Hell yeah, another one for Team Mint Chocolate. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Of course it's a trick. There we go. My favorite of the Splatoon 3 idols is certainly Shiver, but like I'm not the type of person to choose a team just because my idol is the one that's on there. I always choose the team. Hey, yes, now we are Splatoon. Now we are Lamp. We're talking about Splatoon. I always do choose the team that I would support. And so that means, yeah, another one for Mint Chocolate. Let's go. That means I'm always going to choose the one that I agree with, even if it is one of the other idols that I don't always like the most. So, big man, you're getting my aid this time around. Honestly, though, I feel like if they hadn't done the chocolate Splatfest, then it absolutely would have been vanilla, strawberry, chocolate. It just feels so weird having mint chocolate chip as an option there. It makes me wonder, like, when they decide the Splatfest topics, because surely they must have realized they were backing themselves into a corner. They just completely missed the Neapolitan theming. Like, what's the best flavor of a Neapolitan ice cream? Like, come on, it's right there. It's chocolate, by the way. But they couldn't do that because of the Splatfest that was all about the different chocolate flavors. Oh well. Quite so. I must concur here.
And now we're 3 for 3. Is everything else flipping?
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
Yeah, for the 3 different flavors, I don't think there's any that I dislike. It's just that there is one that I like clearly more than the others, and that's the mint, obviously. Mint chocolate chip. I tend to be quite an opinionated person, so I'm not surprised that I'd never have issue choosing Splatfest sides. Sorry, I forgot to read that. Oops, that was my bad. I accidentally hit the space button.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they locked up the horses, just like always.
We'll just press.
So you're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Oh yeah, I mean, what's the point in spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? Suppose means there's no point in spending money to make money? It actually makes sense. Dark milk or white chocolate? Oh, dark chocolate, easy. It's been a while since I've actually played Splatoon 3, just because, like, I kind of burnt myself out on it in the beginning. I was trying really hard to grind ranked, and I just wasn't climbing after I got to, I think it was S. Yeah, I think it was S. I stopped climbing after I got to S, and it was really disappointing. I was just kind of going even on everything. So I decided to take a pretty big break from it, so that way I wouldn't have the temptation of, like, trying to go back to the ranked grind. But every single Splatfest, I've been able to pick a side really easily. Dark milk or white chocolate, easy answer is dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is my favorite type of chocolate. milk chocolate is too sweet. White chocolate is even sweeter than that. Dark chocolate is the only one with a proper balance of flavors. Plus, there's more to dark chocolate than just the chocolate flavor. With dark chocolate, if you have a high enough cocoa content, then you can actually taste the differences in like the types of beans that were used. There will be sometimes like a fruity sort of flavoring to it, like a nutty flavoring, and it all comes from the beans because nothing else has been added. My ideal cocoa concentration for any sort of dark chocolate is somewhere between 70 to 80%. 80% is like the max that I'll do, just because after that point, even it gets too much for me. But ideally, I'd have something like somewhere between 70 to 80, because that's where you get really, really rich flavors. And there's still a little bit of sweetness, but also enough bitterness to balance it out. I don't mind 60% though. 60% can be really nice when I just want something smooth and sweet. 50% and below, though, is kind of like, well, why bother? I mean, I guess I'll still eat chocolate if it's right in front of me, honestly. As long as it's being offered, I'll eat it. But, like, if I had to go out of my way to pick, dark chocolate. It's less that I'm cultured and more that I used to work in a candy store in the past. So I got to try all sorts of different types of chocolate, and I was the person that people would go to because I could nerd out about it at a moment's notice. And so like it just became my thing that like if anytime somebody had questions about chocolate, they would go to me. And so that's why I can spout all this off the top of my head, is because I've had so much and tried so much and love so much of different types of chocolate. There are some milk chocolates that I actually do quite enjoy. But they're basically none of the packaged, like, mass-produced kinds. Like, nothing from Hershey's, nothing like that. What we need for a good milk chocolate is for it to be a very small list of ingredients, really. It should be your cocoa beans, it should be your milk, and your sugar, and that's basically the 3 core elements. The more you add beyond that, the more you risk like diluting the actual flavor of the chocolate into something that doesn't actually taste good. Like if you look at the ingredients list on your manufactured like Hershey's and stuff like that, it's insane how much extra stuff they add in there where they don't really need to. Now, if you're just doing something like adding nuts or something into your regular milk chocolate, then that's fine. That's fine. I said cocoa beans earlier. You want your cocoa solids and the butter as well. I think those are sometimes listed as 2 different types of ingredients. But like, what you think, what you really need is the cocoa, the milk, the sugar. Anything beyond that in terms of any extra added ingredients, if it's not things like fruits or nuts or things that will add other textural components to it, it really ends up hurting the flavor of the chocolate. That is my opinion as like a semi-professional. I worked at that store for like 2 years or something, I think it was. Maybe 3. I think it was actually 3. So I spent a long time learning about chocolate and trying a whole bunch of stuff. Refocusing. Sorry, I tangented really hard there. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20s at which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The rag Concord driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full equipment for the coach. No. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always check all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to a report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could add under the seat. That's all I can tell you. See, we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. The fact that you haven't consumed chocolate with fruit lately makes you wonder now. Oh, I do recommend it. I love chocolate that's got little fruit pieces in it. I think a common one that we had was like raspberry, strawberry, cranberry. Lots of berries that could just like be either like freeze dried well or something like that. There was one in particular that I remember really liking. I want to say it was cranberry.
But we also had something with chocolate and orange. That was really good too. But I want to say it was cranberry, and you had like the little pieces of cranberry in it, and it was great. I'm not a huge fan of cranberry on its own, but when it's combined with other things, and so like there's something to balance out the tartness to it, it's fantastic. So that was really good. If you ever have the chance to try chocolate and cranberry together, highly, highly recommend.
But it was right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for my troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit. In the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, in any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on my seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. Pitch in there. Oops, forgot to do the press.
Hold it!
There we go. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days push cutting up with me head and look out the crack. And I can't have butchers at who I'm gonna fiddle. Oh, then I can't have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you're a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. See, I get under ain't as plush as the other ones see. So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, we weren't able to push a cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. It's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice? What the fuck is this slang? Help me. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I'd just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Pushed up the cushion and added quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the blow butt and falling on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Miss McGilda's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. Sunk back down again, but it's too late by then. I should never have risked looking. It's because of that this swell found me. Did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. And next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. He asked Mr. First on the roof deck room, I presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief, shining moment, yeah.
It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, let's take a look at our evidence. We already have...
Should we look at the blood again, maybe? Yeah, maybe obscene of a murder. And we go down here. No, it's the same dialogue. Defendant's leather gloves, just the one. Partly obscured, he's got the knife in him. I don't have to present people, I'm pretty sure, which is fantastic. Fucked up like always, great waste of time, got nothing to show. Can't see a blind thing, it's pitch. There's a loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin, a scream just came out. It did help me get away, mind. I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing here. Maybe I got distracted by talk of Splatfest and chocolate. Uh-oh. Just completely derailed my thought. He is sitting up in here. He does have the knife in him. Was it on the right glove? Inside and on the deck. Most of the time I can figure out what to do, but this time around not so much.
Hold it!
There hasn't been any of those reactions to look at. Miss McGilded is quite a... Oh, there!
Oh, okay. It didn't happen the first time for some reason.
Alright, pursue.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Miss McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, is all. Remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers?
Only heard snoring. The whole thing was that we said earlier was that they had a conversation, right? Let's say it's important.
My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she had heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of the Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless... Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you going on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. It won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was trying to my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Okay, and then press.
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down, so it didn't notice me. Miss McGilda sat in the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you add any of it, eh? What a mug! So all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snowing like an old dog he was. Huh. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder?
It's supposed to be that it doesn't make sense because they were talking, or is it that it makes sense because they were talking? Oh god. Somebody help me. But he said he was sleeping. No, it doesn't add up because they knocked on the door to ask people to let them in.
Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Huh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nepalese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Miss McGill snoring. But think, Gronowski, think. Smack smack! There's something else you should have heard.
She should have heard the mason getting on.
Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained the presence of the falling person. You!
Take that!
Dice-fired mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order, order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. Got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill did. That it was. Not a soul in the cabin while I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? The crack under the seat cushion? It was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Huh? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Huh? Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks! Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl's a pickpocket? Let's not forget that.
She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars.
I love how his bit is that he's never in charge of the jury, not even once. He's the foreman, but they just don't listen to him. Ugh. Miss Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members now leaning towards guilty. 5th glass? Is that the 5th one?
Is it the 6th? Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me.
Oh, he's drinking this one, so that's 3, I think.
Yes, very refreshing.
Ah!
What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amaden? This is carnage, it's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going...
I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGill's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in the service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying?
Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how to explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. There was another entrance. Technically. But he was put there after he died. Is it with that? I'm thinking, I know what it is. It's the skylight. He was supposed to have fallen through the skylight. Oh, so let's say he fell through the skylight.
If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you had come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
This. Through the skylight.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Miss McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which was already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise that the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection.
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... What are you doing?
Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilded?
To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said not another victim fallen through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Huh?
Oh my goodness, surely not.
Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were? Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay? You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. Ugh. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that half from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. I'd like to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Ew, that's fun. I like that. They added the chant.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First? My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward.
Keeping pushing forward. Okay. Typo!
And it wasn't just me reading it. It was a typo for sure.
Refuting the accusation.
You are the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck, without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you!
Though logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ah, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. That's right. Fuck the police. ACAB. The trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for defense, over to you. A cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Hey, let's just press everything.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Miss McGilden? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fellow, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Oh, I saw you with my own eyes! This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Oh, you fair dinkum, sir! Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vaults if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyes would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. Yeah, it was extreme, I tell you. We had to put up with it because this man would lock the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You're talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things! I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point. Oh, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. I find a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Filed Mason before? Oh, Loom, no! Not once, never! He'd never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either?
That's right, sir. Howes don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Miss McGilded. Yes, counsel, what can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, 'tis been too long, so it has. Huh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well, now, isn't that a touch begrudgery, is it? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another.
Ugh. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me? You do making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gem walks through the door. A perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired mason? Huh? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of form, my lord. Oh, this, you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem that the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ugh! He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Very clever, man. Skylight was shut the entire time until you couldn't possibly have opened it.
Are you quite certain about that? That the sky was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's gonna lose his ride with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now just like it was in the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on to there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
No, sir, the point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. And pursuit.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade!
It opens.
Huh? The skylight is what we're talking about, right? They gave her a whole reload animation. That's gorgeous. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That is a lie, I tell you. That's when I broke wind. You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Mrs. Straw, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Oh, my hat! See? Order! So it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck.
Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself.
Well, if you say so. We head in. Through this. There's our bloodstain again. And now this is where we can look up.
So the catch for skylight is on the top side?
Yes, but it's not fastened at the moment, so we can slide it open from here. Oh, hello, you. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Miss Naruhodo.
Why someone like me? What is it?
Look, just here. Look at this.
That's without question.
It's blood.
Why would there be a blood stain there?
Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
The scene of the crime, there's a blood stain visible on the frame of the skylight when it's open.
And then does this change the blood on the bottom here? Nope, it's the same thing about the blood there. Okay, so now we can head back out. Nope, I didn't mean to. I hit space instead of Z. Ah! Alright, now we go back. There we go.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
Well, surprise! We just had that given to us. On a silver platter.
Damn, Scotland Yard is ass men missing that blood stain. You right, Heelbot.
This is why we say, fuck the police.
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug! You can't possibly have any evidence!
No, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible!
Irrefutable proof. Here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord! I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell through from the roof deck through the skylight. Eh.
Hello, bloodstain. Ooh, they actually did render the surface of the ceiling. It's very, very low poly and pixelated, but they did make sure to do that. That's a nice touch. Oh, yep. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? This is the same dialogue that we had before. Hang on. No, just here. It's blood. Yeah. There'd be a bloodstain there. Surely. Can't be unrelated. Okay, now we can hit present.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! No! Order! Order! But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight, sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that that skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean? Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be! It's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members! I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guilt carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-toothed comb. So I can state with absolute surety that no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such cruel reasoning from a prosecutor you're standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
I think it's glass number 6.
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if used will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Bang! What's going on? Be careful. Cover your face. Don't the accused escape? Secure the omnibus. Emergency recess. Okay, you didn't need a flashback to that. We already saw it.
The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gouger!
Feckless gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunate, Lord Van Zeeks. No one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
Yeah, a giant blood stain on the floor.
My lord.
Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency.
A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection.
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
Ugh. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception.
What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
Oh, I shouldn't have examined it.
I need to press R to present. So obvious, that's all. Yeah, Van Zeeks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Yep, it's the same dialogue from when we examined it personally. Alright, present.
We consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. He would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord!
Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
McGillis should have called Saul instead of the squeaky clean nerd.
He tried calling several other people, but everybody said no. So, he was stuck with us.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now.
But you're the defendant.
'Tis over, I tell you.
Huh?
Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all nonsense.
Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Miss McGill would be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes
Defendant is innocent because we have to trust in our client.
As Miss McGilded's legal representative. I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Thank you, counsel.
I think that's glass number 7. Does he actually drink it? He does. Alright, I think that's like his 4th glass.
Here's to you, my Nipponese friend, and the most abject closing I have yet to hear in a court of law. Is he tipsy yet? It's been like 3 drinks in the past second half of the courtroom. He might be tipsy. But then again, I do again consider him one to be able to hold his alcohol, so he'll probably be fine. Heel butt. Actually, my defendant might be guilty.
Nah, it's the Ace Attorney way. We gotta believe in our client. Order, order. It was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles.
Ah,
Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
what do you mean?
Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. A trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
That stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord. But, wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
Van Zieks looks drunk already, take your shirt off.
No, he can keep his shirt on. Keep that where it should be. I don't need all the vampire fuckers coming into the comments thirsting for him.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty.
And there's the confetti.
Ooh, and fireworks. That can't be safe for a courtroom. There's a bunch of wood all over the place. That's gonna get... Okay. Alright, I mean, there's already a giant fucking scale with fire in it. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent.
I love how you can clearly see Lord Van Zieks over the table, but from that angle that the camera took, you could barely see Susato. Like, it was just her head poking out over the desk for the defense. Oh, she's so short. Van Zieks smashed glass anyway. I think the fireworks are fine. That's true. That's true. You know, he just out here and littered the courtroom with actually dangerous pieces of fine glass. It's okay. Nothing's normal. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Ostensibly. The 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. Jesus Christ! That was 5 hours of trial! The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. So then he's almost certainly not tipsy. Your normal rule for like not getting drunk is like, I think, a drink an hour or something. He's fine. He's fine. That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mrs. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded? Ah, and that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I viewed a tank, I suppose. For having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. Swear to God, Gina is it? And I think she's just kind of a prickly person. You know, street rat life. You can't trust anyone.
What on earth are you saying, fella? How to walk out of you there a free man, then?
I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning.
You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. It is water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Huh?
Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Ha ha ha!
It's not that funny.
So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. I'd be whist. You're humble people, are you, from the east?
Well, if you insist. But I have this, still and all. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded? Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom?
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told.
I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Should have just taken the money. We never have to worry about anything. 1,000 guinea.
There he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too.
Don't move.
Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up.
Sorry?
And I ain't all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, hello there. Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Huh?
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Huh? Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
What's a what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult told you that before.
An adult? Him! I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh, good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that's what she wants, is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yeah, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff?
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park we could spend the night.
Please, tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
Oh, okay, it loaded.
Oh shit, there was a fire! I told you guys! This is why we shouldn't have set off those fireworks.
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
There's somebody in there. Guess who it is?
Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Can't be.
I forgot how silly his voice is. That's sillier than my voice. Hi, Funzeeks.
Would have totally ruined the moment, I'm sorry. I just... oh, this can't be.
Sorry. It was this one. That says an save file.
I'm not guilty.
Sorry, I'm not above having fun.
Ah, the adventure of the clouded heart.
Clouded Kokoro. We'll have 20 minutes to start this one, and then we'll have to cut off again. But I'm glad we were able to fit the case into one stream. That's very convenient.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction.
Oh, you know what? While this is going,
that
I
there
can
is
have
more
a bit
to
of
this
fudge.
case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to the story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Okay, I'm done chewing my fudge. I have to say, I don't think I've commented on it previously. I love the style of those splashes that they do for every opening chapter narration. Like, whoever drew those, they nailed the style spot on. It's so good. It feels exactly what you'd expect to see in an old detective novel. Excellent work. Alright, 19th February, 9:47 a.m. at British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time in the SS Burger, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oh, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
Oh, London is a scary place.
I'm assuming that's the Lord Chief Justice.
Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, well.
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Sasada-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh? No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talents from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
It's too early to be certain for the truth. Culpability of the defendant has not at this time, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Yeah. We just saw this. Come on. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Oh, they even had to include him laughing, too. It's a good animation, I'll give it that. They really use his long arms to good effect there, to sell the emotion.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent.
Mr. Naruhodo!
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
No!
What? Mr. McGilded is dead?
Birds in the background. Nice.
I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk.
Time to enlighten ourselves.
I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Miss McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Miss McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Well, I must be making tracks now.
We just saw this, come on. Going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I ask if I could be present for it myself.
An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then, who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Oh, poor Mr. McGilded. The British court.
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow, Susato-san has such a weight with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? That was simple?
As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before?
New case. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes? Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Miss Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face staying in that courtroom again after Miss McGilda's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There was one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendants unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right. Ah, here we go again. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asugi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Cosmo always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing.
Oh.
Another thing, continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asagi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell.
There he goes, the world's most ominous man. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all.
Let's examine real quick. It's all the same stuff as yesterday, I assume, but we'll find out, I guess.
Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. They're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Very bad dream.
And it's gonna be law books about a bunch of other countries, right? Yep. Okay, so that's not anything new. I've run out of water. Good thing stream's almost over. Asking Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. That's a very bad idea. Okay, then I don't feel the need to examine everything. We can just... oh, wait, examine over here. There we go. He's got potato fries. I love potato fries.
Could we trouble you? Oh gosh, what sort of voice do I give you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every Englishman eaten out of your hand, you know? But Sasada-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here, having to give you the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, huh? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. Not because of some bumpkins who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. I need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Oh.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongwood has asked me to fill you in on the case. My name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Does the detective's name mean something to her?
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Sato, but he's a London detective. Or detective.
Oh, I do know him very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance magazine?
That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders.
See? Sholmes understands it. Fuck the police. I'm gonna try not to be too obnoxious about this. But there's a lot of police in the Ace Attorney series.
Okay, Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Chalmers isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? Oh, I have to admit that to start with, I was a little bit, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors? Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs.
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people.
Gregson fell off just like Cosmo in that boat. Hey, Cosmo didn't fall off anything, he just fell to the ground. But that would be a very funny way of having it put. Like, shit, he's just in here for the fame, I guess, of being in this one random publication about this other guy. Imagine people clowning on you because you're a side character in somebody else's story. Good lord. You know what? I'd expect it though with how modern discourse works. So about the case the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. Young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious.
That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with as you sought a takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Rinosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question.
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Beric von Zeeks. No! Sounds like you heard of him then?
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper, the Bailey. I will sneak this in real quick. Lord Beric von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Miss McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Another flashback. When Van Zeeks stands for prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
This Reaper the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Ah, and what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Huh. Magnus McGilda came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say that you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. And that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Alright, well, I've filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips, so I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in a cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper or the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too.
But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in a cell, and I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So,
If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself, and I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
did you really think that you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes, let's go. All right, and with that, it is now time to save because we are at time. Scrolling back up to the top. All right, so we managed to knock out 2 cases in 1 weekend. Hell yeah. I'm expecting the 4th and 5th case to be a little bit longer than this, so it might be another weekend or 2 of the first game, but it's not a bad pace, especially after spending so much time on Volcano Princess. All right. With this music going, I'm going to swap over to the end stream. All right. Thank you so much for watching me, guys. I hope to see you guys next weekend. Have a great afternoon and evening. And yes, have a good week as well. Bye.